And they're off in the Monday opener. There goes Maddie's Express for the lead. To the inside, Ribbons and Medals is there as well. Along the rail is Sneeds, and between there is Gandy Dancing. These four have opened up 2 lengths on Conformist, who's fifth, just outside of Ringgood and Brajol, where he usually is at the back, already 8 lengths from the lead. Mad scramble on up front. Gandy Dancing's there through a 23-1 opening quarter. In between there is Ribbons and Medals. Far outside, Maddie's Express as they race around the far turn here at Finger Lakes. On the outside, Conformist just moved into fourth past Ringgood. Along the rail, Sneeds. Brajol trying to rev up from the back. He's still 9 from the front. Ribbons and Medals struck the lead there through a half in 47-1. Gandy Dancing battles right back. Maddie's Express is 3 wide. 5 wide Conformist. Brajol is flying down the center of the course. They come to the 8th pole. It's Ribbons and Medals. Here's Maddie's Express. Here's Brajol. Ringgood up the rail at a huge price. Brajol struck the lead there at the 16th pole. And Brajol and Rafael Rohina Jr. are on their way to an opening win by a length and 3/4. Kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch to 5, Car Lady. Race 2, scratch to 5, Car Lady. Post time for the second is in just over 20 minutes. And they're off. There goes Coffee Futures for the lead. Wine Trail outside. The gray Ruxton Rocks moves forward and into second. Along the rail, there's Stay Home Mama. And the trailer is Melissa's Smile, but she's just 3 lengths from the lead. A compact bunch led by Coffee Futures. She has it, 3 parts, now a length. Ruxton Rocks alternating with Wine Trail in second and third. Stay Home Mama's along the rail, fourth, 5 lengths from the front. And just to her outside is Melissa's Smile. An easy opening quarter there, 25-2, set by Coffee Futures. Ruxton Rocks, Luis Perez has a good hold of her. She's a length and a half from the front, shadowed by Wine Trail as Rafael Rohina Jr. looks to sweep the early double. 2.5 more to Stay Home Mama, who's a half length to the good of Melissa's Smile. They went the half in 49-2, so they picked it up there. 49-4 rather. Coffee Futures has opened up a 4-length lead. Coffee Futures, Ruxton Rocks in pursuit now. Perez gives her the green light. Stay Home Mama moves up along the inside as Wine Trail fades from the scene. Nothing yet from Melissa's Smile. Midway on the turn, Coffee Futures. The lead is down to a length and a half. Ruxton Rocks creeps closer through 3/4 and almost 116. They come off the turn and they're into the stretch. And Coffee Futures has been there from the start. Ruxton Rocks her gray shadow now, and she ratchets up the pressure. Stay Home Mama's produced in the middle of the pack, and on the far outside's Melissa's Smile. Ruxton Rocks trying to get by Coffee Futures. Stay Home Mama picking him up and laying him down at the 16th pole. Stay Home Mama runs away from Ruxton Rocks and wins the second by 2. Then it was Ruxton Rocks, Coffee Futures, and Melissa's Smile in 1-4. And they're off in the Ladyfinger Stakes. From the outside, Princess Mischief now. Stone Smuggler goes to the lead. Splitting those 2 is Mischief Lady. 3 of them, the 3 honest Mischiefs, are going at it early. Idle Gossip. Jeremiah Flores has a handful of his filly. He's 4 lengths from the front. The 2 at the back. Who's got the tip? Who's just behind? Triple Sweet. Stone Smuggler, 22-1. They rip through the slop here for an opening quarter. Tracked by Mischief Lady. Idle Gossip tries to move up at the rail with Princess Mischief. Then it's a long way back to Triple Sweet. And who's got the tip? Stone Smuggler. Kaibakoa just sitting on her, ready to roll off the turn and into the stretch. It's Stone Smuggler a length. Idle Gossip up the inside. Honest Mischief Lady and Princess Mischief are there. They're coming to the 8th pole. Stone Smuggler's still there. Mischief Lady, Princess Mischief, Idle Gossip trying to split those 2. But at the 16th pole, Stone Smuggler's running up the score. And she's going to win the Ladyfinger and her maiden by 4 at the end. Then it was Mischief Lady. Close for third. Idle Gossip got it over Princess Mischief. Final time for the Ladyfingers. 2-4-15-20. 50-cent try. 2-4-5, $9.15. And the 10-cent super. 2-4-5-6. $2.65. And they're off. Investment grade shows first. There's Comfortable Cat. to the inside. Christmas dinner and now mixing up laughter from the inside. And Kevin Navarro guns laughter to the lead. And she makes it. It's laughter a half length. Investment Grade on the chase in second. Gap of 3 to Comfortable Cat, who is in third. To the outside, there's Wabonzi. Splitting them is Betty Rubble. 3 more back to Christmas Dinner, who was trying to be a part of the early fray. The 2 at the back are the New Miami in Sweet Invasion, 22-4. Laughter moving right along here. Investment Grade in hot pursuit in second. Then we come back to Comfortable Cat. Rafael Rohina Jr. trying to motivate her. Wabonzi's to the outside. Up the rail comes the New Miami from the back. Off the turn and into the stretch. Investment Grade outside of Laughter trying to get to her through a half and Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a Wednesday here in Farmington. Rains the last couple of days have left the track labeled good. Carryover in the pick six starts in race 3, $1,109. It's windy. Wind's coming from the south currently. Struggling to get to 70 degrees today. More clouds than sun and blue skies right now. If you need free PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're each and every racing day of the 2024 season, courtesy of Equibase. Here are the changes for today's 8-race card. No changes in the opener. It starts the early pick 4 and the early double. Turn to race 2. First pick 3 of the day kicks off in the second. A rider change for the 4, Bonfire Diva to Cabercoa. Koa rides the 4, Bonfire Diva in race number 2. Race 3 starts the $1 pick 6 with a carryover of $1,109. Please note there'll be no show, try, or superfecta wagering in race number 3. A rider change for the 1, Boss Holiday to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 1, Boss Holiday. You could scratch the 4, Mr. Phil, and the 6, Barfly. Scratch the 4, Mr. Phil, and the 6, Barfly in race 3. And please note there'll be no try, show, or superfecta wagering in the third that starts the $1 pick 6. The 50-cent pick 5 kicks off in race number 4. Scratch the 3, Rezkia. Race 4, scratch the 3, Rezkia. The start of the 50-cent pick 5. Race 5 starts the 50-cent late pick 4. Rider change for the 1. In traffic to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 1. Rider change for the 2, Fast Fran to Jeremiah Flores. Flores rides the 2, Fast Fran. And an overweight on the 5, Make a Joyful Noise, 1 pound over. Race 6 kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch the 6, Yohida Moneymaker. Race 6, scratch the 6, Yohida Moneymaker. In the 7th, the start of the late double. A rider change for the 4, Don't Lose My Money, to Luis Perez. Perez rides the 4, Don't Lose My Money. And you can scratch the 8, D's Wise Guy. Race 7, scratch the 8, D's Wise Guy. And in race number 8, scratch the 10, Bet the Palace. Race 8, scratch the 10, Bet the Palace. Track's labeled good. About 65 degrees right now with a strong breeze coming from the south. Sun fighting to get through the cloudy skies here in Farmington today. Carryover in the pick 6. $1 pick 6 starts in race 3, $1,109. Need free PPs for any and all of the races today? Head over to FingerLakesGaming.com. Post time for the opener. It was a little after 1 p.m. Coming up next, the Wednesday edition of Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Final day of the race week. It's been a crazy one this week. We had the stakes races the other day. Man, that was a really good day. We had 3 stakes on the same card. On Monday we had both of our 2-year-old events, the fillies and the boys. And then, of course, Rotney had a public workout in the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes yesterday. Yeah, at least the track evened out a little bit yesterday. Actually, you saw a bunch of horses close ground yesterday. The Monday was an absolute speedway. After the first couple of races, man, you could not close any ground. Everything went on the front end yesterday. A little more competitive as far as horses winning from out of it. If there was a pace up front, we'll see how it plays, because it's interesting today because we still have an off track as we speak. Had kind of that steady light rain all day yesterday. Expecting possibly more rain today. It's really cloudy and cool. Otherwise, this track would dry out because it's right now labeled good. I don't think there's a lot of moisture in the track. It's just because we had that light rain yesterday. And it all depends on how much rain we get the rest of the day. I guess you got to kind of look at some off-track breeding with a few of the horses, especially early on in today's card. Okay, well, let's just get right in. The first race of 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, not winner of 2 races since the date, or never won 4 races. So you got that split condition here. It should be the advantage towards the 2 since the date condition, you would think, but not always the case. Got a couple horses in here that do play in the 3 lifetime, and a few of them are in for the 3 lifetime. I mean, Outchat Hurt, though, I think has the big advantage being an 11-time winner, running in tougher spots, even since dropping to the bottom. Came off the layoff, and it was a relatively easy spot she was in that day, and then she just took off and won that race. Not so easy the next time, but it was more of a case of the way the racetrack was playing that beat her in her second start of the season. Let's Maga changed tactics. It took advantage of a track that was really favoring big outside closers. Last race, yeah, that's a much tougher race than this one. It was, I believe, part of the distance series, the shorter distance series, I should say. Determined Love is a short distance specialist. That horse went to the front end and just couldn't quite hold off the classy War Tapped. So this one did make up some ground. Kind of a false close in a sense, because it was more Determined Love shooting out to the front end and then stopping a little bit at the wire more than it is Outchat Hurt making up any ground. She's just kind of sustaining her run in that race. But it was probably too short from where she was relative to the other horses. And, you know, with Determined Love in the race makes it a different race. I mean, imagine if Determined Love was in this race. She's probably 2 or 3 lengths clear of Thin Legs, who figures to be the other speed. And that's just it. I mean, Outshot Her probably doesn't get the front end from the rail, but she could get position, and she probably wants to get off the rail once Thin Legs and Princess Sonia get out there. And those look like the two real speed in the race. I mean, Outshot Her's very versatile. She can shoot out there and hold the rail if she wants. I think Thin Legs is a little quicker, that she's probably better off getting a trip if those two actually do go out to the front end and she can lay close. She could get a perfect trip in here. I'm going to lean towards her top choice. I like the freshening for Thin Legs. She comes off a win back in May. And you get to this time of year, you know, you're not running week after week during the hot summer. You get that layoff, a cooler day today, off the layoff with some good works. The freshening this time of year, some of these horses that have been freshened since the spring are going to have an advantage. And I think Thin Legs fits the bill with that. And she's the speed of the speed. She's a little quicker than Princess Sonia, who doesn't always break very well. Princess Sonia on the outside, yeah, you don't know what to expect from her. She drops in class back down to 5,000. Remember, she won for this price out as a waiver claim. After getting off slow, she rushed up and still dominated that 3 lifetime field. You don't know what to expect from this horse. I mean, yeah, she's not a great gate horse, but remember when she first came to Finger Lakes, you won't see a much more dominant performances than both of her starts. She broke her maiden pretty easily, then got off really badly and beat an allowance field despite the slow start. That was probably her most impressive effort. But then it just didn't happen for her after that. Something went awry. She wasn't the same horse for a while. She dropped in class this year. But you know she's got the talent if the real Princess Sonia shows up today. So you don't know what Princess Sonia is going to show up. So I'm going to go with the 1-4-6. Motley Sue is probably the other one you can use underneath if you're playing tries. That's all I got to say about that race. Second race is a 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, going a distance of 1 mile. Now, the off-track kind of throws a wrench into my plans because I really liked Mind of Gold in here. Would have probably, when I did the pick 4, probably singled her. But now with the off-track, kind of brings a couple other horses into the race. And I'm not so sure how much she loves the off-track or likes or dislikes it. She seems to keep her form on the off-track, while you got a horse like Clifton Punch. Depending on the moisture in the track, Clifton Punch really steps up on an off-track, and that could turn the tables on Mind of Gold. I got her third, thinking this track's drying out a little bit. Mind of Gold is better than these horses that she's up against today. She hasn't really shown it. She's kind of underachieved a little bit in some of these races, but she's had some excuses as far as trips and pace flow, but she comes out of a tougher race. That beaten 5,000 she comes out of last time with True Destiny and Sweet DeSantis is better than this race. I mean, either one of those two horses would beat this field. No question. Her race before in traffic was going good. The pace flow, they turned it into a 2-horse race. And Michael still almost won. So that race is still good enough to beat this field. And before that, she's running into horses like Saloon Girl. I like her in here just because I think she's a little bit better than the horses in this race. I'm a little concerned about the off-track as Clifton Punch could step up a little bit and maybe beat her. I got Clifton Punch third, but if it gets a little wetter, gets to sloppy, I would probably like Clifton Punch on top. Bonfire Diva is the other interesting one. She stretches out and could be the speed of the speed here. I know Fabulous Moolah stretching out, and also Call Me Carmelita has speed, but Bonfire Diva, you would think, is the speed of this race, depending on how fast they go early. It's only a mile, so the mile distance, sometimes it's good if you can get out there and clear before the turn and save that ground on the turn. It's a good advantage. So I like Bonfire Diva reuniting with Kiber Koa, who rode her going 6 furlongs, and that's probably the best race she's had recently. So this horse plays, and she should be able to get the distance. I know she's attempted it before, and not against this easy. So this is a soft enough field that if she can get the lead on the Fabulous Moolah, she's got a chance to win here. And yeah, Clifton Punch, her last race wasn't as good, Her race before, not that the field was anything, but I think she took advantage of the off track. As used to be a Smart Punch. That was Bruce Anderson's horse, offspring of a Smart Punch. Have all been pretty good on off tracks, and this one overall does step up a little bit on the off track. So the more wet, the better for Clifton Punch, and I'm going to use her in the top 3. Use her third, but if we get to sloppy, move her up. All right, third race. No try, no super, no show. We did get a couple scratches in here. Mr. Phil, Barfly also out 4 and 6, and there's not a ton of speed in this race for only it's only 4 horses. How many times do you see 4 horses though? A couple of them gun to the front, and the longest shot on the board, a closer, wins the race. Happens a lot. I'm hoping that doesn't happen here with a 4-horse field. You want to kind of take the horse that should have the lead, and that's the 2. Give Me the Money. Now, Boss Holiday has shown some speed, but not the kind of fractions that Give Me the Money can do. Morning Cup has shown some speed, but she's not really a true front runner that likes to gun out there. So I thought Give Me the Money would get the lead in here, and with a 4-horse field that are pretty evenly matched, I think she's got a good chance to win. She ran into In Sky We Trust a couple races in a row. We'll see that horse run again, I believe, on Monday. That's coming up either Monday or Tuesday. And the last race, she kind of followed the leader, Almondro. The other speed didn't get off too well. Of course, she didn't get off that well either, but she got out there. I mean, Almondro went out there in 23 and change and 47 and change, and she just kind of followed her around. And so it's kind of like the glass half full, glass half empty. She ran well. She couldn't get to the leader, who took advantage of being low in speed. But then again, she's following the leader, so she's got the advantage of the horses that are trying to close. This is a race, though, I think she could get the front. I'm going to use her on top. Morning Cup, she hasn't had the best racing luck. She got caught wide last time while Old Point got the better of the trips. But she still ran well. She probably should have won that race, and that was at the same level. And she just missed against Production Credit the race before, when the pace kind of was to the advantage of Production Credit. So she's had her excuses. She should be right up close with Give Me the Money, and he'll try to wear that one down late. That's kind of how I saw the race. I'm going to use the 2 and 3. I'll only go 2 picks in race number 3 because we don't have any trifecta, no superfecta, and no show. So again, scratch the 4 and 6. It's a competitive 4-horse race, but if the pace goes the way I think it is, it takes Beach Boy Al out of the race if they go slow. Now, if there is a little bit of a battle because these horses got tactical speed, now Beach Boy Al plays into the race, and watch out for that one trying to close late. So even if it's a 4-horse field, the pace scenario matters, and sometimes they're a little tougher to figure. Now, see, I mean, if you got the money, you could probably just take the all button, and then you're covered, and root for that to happen. Root for the speed duel, and maybe a little price can come closing for you. All right, big scratch in the 4th. I believe this horse would have been a heavy favorite in here coming from Penn National. So it kind of opens up the race, although I do like the other horse coming out of the Penn National races. That's how much I liked Rezkia, because Rezkia beats Natisquan every race. Even if you can't say either name, she's been better. She finishes ahead of her. They kind of got a rivalry. I wouldn't say a rivalry, because it's like the New England Patriots beating the Buffalo Bills every time. It's not a rivalry because they just beat them every time. But Rezkia was beating Natisquan every time they faced, and they were facing in the same races. And those races are probably tougher than this race, which is very questionable as far as how good it is. Now, I like both Rachel Sell's horses in here. Natisquan coming out of the better races, and she's not as good as Rezkia, so I would have had a lot more faith in my top choice if Rezkia was in the race, but still better finishing 4th while Rezkia's finishing 2nd in those races. I still think that 4th place finish is better than this field, which isn't the fastest. The other one I liked, Now, Major Mayhem was running against special weights and dropped to five. It's not like this is a $5,000 maiden going through and finally beating a field of 5,000s. She was running against tougher, against special weights, dropped to five, and was much the best when she beat the 5,000 maidens. And then last race, the first time against winners, it was dropped down and next out winner, Flurry of Roses, who won the race. And if you watch the race, I mean, she was forced to go ridiculously wide on the turn. Not that she was going to beat Flurry of Roses, but she might have caught Dr. Gianelli, who was just following the leader because the speed got left. I mean, it was Tamaki. You say Tamaki, I say Tamaki. That was Talia's, Talia, let me make sure I say her name right, her first win when she claimed that horse out of that race. But because Tamaki got left in that race, the pace didn't really happen. I think it was O'Callahan's horse that got an easy lead in there, and it was tough to be a deep closer. It was more like Flurry of Roses just kind of taking over at the right time and was much the best. Dr. Gianelli was kind of following the leader, got up for second, and then the closers were kind of against it. So Major Mayhem may have run the best race, other than Flurry of Roses, in that race, trying to swing wide and close on a pace that really wasn't there. So I'll use her second. Ligon's Legacy has room to improve. This is a horse that looks like she's still learning the game. Now, some of these 5,000 maidens, you watch them over and over again, they run the same race, they're not going to improve. Ligon's Legacy dropped in class, was all over the place a couple races ago, and probably should have won the race before. Stretched out. You watch both the races for 5,000, and she just looked like a horse that didn't want to be behind horses, was shying away, a little green, was just all over the place in those races. Like I said, still learning to race and be out there in competitive situations. Smart move, sending her long. That kind of keeps you from getting into trouble because you can stretch it out, get position, relax, and try to make a move. Now, she was with the racetrack in a sense. Here we go with the glass half full, glass half empty, because My Little One was lone speed in there. I mean, it's a weak field. My Little One's a lifetime maiden. But she was lone speed, but it was a tiring racetrack that maybe Ligon's Legacy took advantage of to beat My Little One. Not that you need to. But the fact that she was close up to the pace and the closers didn't come up and get her is an advantage that she ran pretty well. I know the number's a little low because that's how fast they run. They're running around a minute 50 against the 5,000s long nowadays. So it was actually a little bit quicker than some of these 5,000 maidens. And she did what she had to do. Like I said, she could improve off that race. That was her first time going long. She's still learning. I could see her winning this race if she does improve enough. Lady Lawrence, and it all depends on the pace here. You got two speeds on the inside, Flute Song and Lady Lawrence stretching out of sprints. All depends on the pace flow. Flute Song could get brave if she's left alone. I don't think Lady Lawrence is going to leave her alone. I actually think Lady Lawrence is probably faster as far as natural speed than Flute Song, but Flute Song has been really aggressive, pushing her out to the lead, and she'll probably do that again from the rail, which kind of hurts Lady Lawrence's chances. She's going to be forced to sit just off of her. But if the pace is slow enough, you think that maybe she could take over and get first run on everybody else. Another one that plays in here if she could get that extra yardage. I'm going to go with the 4-8-7-2 in race number 4. Remember, the fourth race starts the pick 5. I think we got a little bit of a carryover in the pick 6, which starts in the 3rd. Pick 6 carryover in the 3rd. I don't think anybody hit it yesterday. Fifth race at 11-9, going 5.5. Had a couple rider changes in here. You don't really consider Fast Fran. I mean, Flores goes to Fast Fran basically instead of riding in traffic. He may have looked at the program and like, the heck am I doing? Fast Fran is a lot better than In Traffic. Why am I named on In Traffic and not Fast Fran? Like, says, oh, sorry, we're gonna put you on Fast Fran. Smart move by Jeremiah Flores, because he did ride them both. I think maybe it was just a mistake when they entered the horses or whatever. maybe because Flores had been injured last week, whatever the reason. You got to like Fast Fran. I mean, it looks like the main speed in here. Fast Fran, and they did scratch Ashley's ring early. That looked like was going to be a big contender for her, and it does affect the pace as well. Grand Lady Indy has some speed, but Fast Fran is faster, and she probably needed her last race. She didn't really get the lead. Determined Love was in there, and she was forced to kind of chase after Determined Love, who's, as mentioned, a short distance specialist. That one at 4.5 at 5 furlongs is tough to catch. He's probably the fastest horse at the bottom level here at Finger Lakes. But Fast Fran chased her and ran well. Keep in mind, that's her first start since November. That's a lot of time, 9 months away from the races. You would think that she would improve off of that race. She probably needed it. And now she gets a race where she should get the lead with no Determined Love in the race. She should be tough. The big question is going to be Grand Lady Indy. This is a tough horse to figure. She's always right there. Second, first, second. Always right there. And then the last 2 races, maybe she's tailing off a little bit. Didn't even make a move against Special Pal. I think she found herself too far back. Has she lost a little bit of speed? That's a question. Of course, that could be to the advantage of Fast Fran if she has. But you notice she's showing that she has. She was usually a horse that's sharp, that's up close, and now maybe running a lot of races too close together, she's tailing off a little. Could be, but if she runs her race, you figure it'd be awfully tough at this level, because every time at 11-9, even a couple of those allowance races, this horse is right there. I'll use her third just in case she does fire. But Make a Joyful Noise has got to be the other one. I mean, Make a Joyful Noise is sharp for the Murph. She just comes off a little bit of a break since the last race. But, I mean, this horse has not missed the board over the last few starts here. And she's been well spotted. Steps up a little bit going to the 11-9, but her numbers are competitive against this group. And, Flattery's music can make a case for 2. I don't know. I don't like Flattery's music at 2-1. I think the horse maybe plays to be in the top 3. Maybe use it tries, but it's Fast Fran's race to lose on the front end in race number 5. All right, good 2-year-old maiden race is the 6, going 5.5. Scratch the 6, Yohida Moneymaker. I like a couple of them in here. You got this first-time starter for M. Anthony Ferraro. He won with another firster the other day. No surprise there. This one's working well. I like the breeding on this one the best. I mean, the dam was Lost Raven. Remember, this one was bred by Rapoli Stables. This one out of a dam by Uncle Mo, and that dam was a multiple stakes winner that won the Miss Preakness. I mean, back then, I think it was a grade 3 back then, but won the Miss Preakness. I mean, that's a big race for the fillies. So this one out of that one, maybe wants a little extra distance than the 5.5, but she's got good works. It's a $37,000 yearling, draw on the rail. I like her, but I don't know what to do with Wingo Star after what we saw yesterday with the same connections and Honorable Becky. I knew the horse. Look, it was a seven. Now look, so Honorable Becky was a $70,000 horse, was well met, and went off 18-1. I mean, I used the horse in the top 3, but I didn't know. Making the first start, had some good works. Well, I say that, but you look at the works of Wingo Star. This one was working with Honorable Becky because shares the bullet on September 17th and also shares the good work on September 6th with Honorable Becky. So these two have been working together. And, man, how much the best was Honorable Becky yesterday. Not only did she get off slow, she just swept by and drew away from that field like nothing. I mean, that horse was really impressive for Bill Bartlett. And the same connections. Jackie Davis, Joe Bucci. This one cost $55,000 this year as a 2-year-old. Now, granted, this is a boy. You talk about the work, he's working with the girl, so he's probably going to get a tougher field than what Honorable Becky did, because this is the male horse and she's the filly. But of course, when you're talking 2-year-olds, there's not as much of a gap between the fillies and the boys as you have with the older horses. But the fact that he's got the same works as that one, and she was so impressive yesterday, I got to use her. I mean, if 2:30 a.m. wasn't out of Lost Raven, who's the multiple stakes winner, I would have used this horse on top after what we saw yesterday. Plus, I don't love the post, but I got to use the horse second. I like both of these horses, both 2:30 a.m. and Wingo Star. And I could have flipped, like I said, I could have flipped. I almost put this horse on top after what we saw. The 5, another firster, Just a Guy, certainly has credentials too. That dam, Pieces of Spite, cost $200,000 as a yearling. They thought enough of her. She's well bred. Now the half to this one, though, this was the only negative I had with Just a Guy. The half to this one, Incinerator, I don't want to say it's a negative because the horse costs $190,000. The offspring before this one won on the turf. So probably on that damn side more than anything, there is with Spitestown, of course, there's probably more distance, but also there's some turf in there too with Pieces of Spite. I got to use their top 3. I mean, if they're spending that kind of money for her offspring, this one probably plays too. Of the horses that ran, now you got Brink, and it's not over yet. They're coming out of similar races. And you see King's Leap. That's the one Brink comes out of, where Brink ran 3rd behind that rival. King's Leap actually ran pretty well the other day in the stakes race. Hit the board, ran 3rd. Was no threat to, the other two kind of laid over the field. I mean, King's Leap was the best of our locals. The other two just were much better than our locals. I mean, when they're getting buyers in the 20s here, what are you going to do? But Brink, if none of these firsters fire, which I kind of think isn't going to happen, this one's probably could be tough. It's got a big experience edge with 5 starts compared to a lot of these horses which are making their first career start. I mean, you got Scales of Gold, a firster. No, Ralph D'Alessandro won with that firster the other day. That looked pretty good. This, by the way, Scales of Gold is a full to Gold in Them Hills, who just won the last race yesterday. Send it in the front on the talk about good tactics. Send it to the front because the speed was on the rail. I mean, Gold in the Hills has speed. You don't usually see the speeds send from the outside like that. Smart move by Ralph and the connections. Yeah, I think it was Naz Alvarado that did that. But the Gold in Them Hills was second in the Aspirin as a 2-year-old, by the way. So that makes Scales of Gold look better. Maggie's Boy, kind of more route breeding, but of course John Buckley has been pretty good with first-time starters as well. So good 2-year-old race is the 6. I like 2 of the firsters in here, 2:30 a.m. And Wingo Star. Is that the Beatles? One of those old groups, the Monkees or the Beatles. Wingo Star. I know we had, like there was a Justin Timberlake horse that ran here, Dustin Hoffman or something. I know Progno had a couple of them that were like that. Scratch the 8, D's Wise Guy out of race number 7. Man, is it now or never for Cool Cat Mandu? Obviously, this horse is not what he used to be. But he did get mixed up. I mean, they went fast. That was a really quick first quarter for the day. 22, just over 22 flat. You don't see that a 22 plus quarter anymore. We're running 23s for a lot of these 5.5 and 6 furlong races after they resurfaced the racetrack. And that last race was after they resurfaced the racetrack in early September and didn't get beat all that badly. I mean, this horse sent to the front, was pushed pretty quick, and it was Old Man Winner for Aquilano, who's just a win machine in the past, was able to close from as far back as Old Man Winner is going to close from, that caught the rest of the speed. That race is a lot tougher than this one. It's just a matter of, does this horse want to win anymore? It's my last time picking Cool Cat Mandu, but I'm going to take him on top here because he's still got to be better than these 5,000 claimers. You would think. Going to use a long shot for second, at least morning line. Don't lose my money. I don't know why this horse is 10-1, to be honest with you. This horse ran a good third in what was could be a tougher condition at Penn National last time. Got the best last race buyer in the field, so actually ran the best race, a 66 buyer. So I don't know how you can't use this horse and why he's 10-1. Trainer's capable. You got Louis Perez picked up the mount on this horse and been facing a little bit tougher, so the drop in class should help. Norgay always runs to his competition. He's been no worse than third the last few starts, and no worse than second the last few starts. But he's running, as mentioned, to his competition. He ran a good second, fire down below. He ran a good second to He's Got the Jack, who was absolutely lone speed on a speed favoring track. But then what I don't like is he ran second to Smokin' Alone. I mean, he's supposed to beat that field. But he didn't. But then again, Smokin' Alone likes an off track, and Smokin' Alone put up his best number of the year. So it's just a matter of Norgay always fires. Doesn't matter who he's up against. Should hit the board here. For Oscar Barrera, I think there was a little Oscar Barrera sighting yesterday. Horses are looking good. The one entry, you got 2 for the price of 1 for Kim Grazie. I hope I say that name right. Both of them coming off victories at Penn National. Those are in lifetime. One was in lifetime condition. The other was one since the date. Now the time and the numbers relative aren't. You look at the buyer numbers that they're giving. I mean, Khaki Jack's doing 110 and change. Maybe their track's a little bit quicker because they're a little lighter on the buyer numbers. But I think they both can be considered in this race. Now there is a lot of speed in here, so that's another factor in this race. How aggressive is Cool Cat Mandu going to be? So I think the advantage to that might go to a horse like Don't Lose My Money, who is against a little higher class horses at Penn National than is Sunshine Harry and Khaki Jack. And his closing style, his running style, could help him here if the pace takes its toll. I mean, you got Cool Cat Mandu, He's Got the Jack, and basically both parts of the entry have tactical speed. Bowing Snowman likes to go from the inside, so what do you got? You got a bunch of speed horses in race number 7, so maybe a tactical edge for Don't Lose My Money, and maybe even Norgay can sit a trip in race number 7. Cool Cat Mandu, I don't think he has to send in here from that outside position. All right, 8th race is the last on the card. Last of the racing week. I know we did 9 races the previous 2 days. We got 8 today. 9 again Monday, by the way. A lot of action. Scratch the 10. Bet the Palace. Now, I always tread carefully with these Rudy Rodriguez trainees because he's not winning at the same kind of percentage that he was in the past of the horses he sends in here. He's still a great trainer in other places, but the horses he sends here haven't been winning like they have in the past. Same thing with the Linda Rice horses, but this one drops sharply in class after a poor effort last time. Numbers are still better than these. I know he's more of a turf horse, it seems like, but Road Soda I'm going to use on top. It must be a slang thing. Road Soda. The 5 Stormandy probably improves off his first start of the year. Keep in mind, that's a route running off the layoff for his first start, and he ran second in a race that didn't have a lot of speed. Yeah, logical horse is Stormandy for Dana Sauls. His horses, I guess that's the one negative. Dana Sauls has been really good off the layoff. Their horses are putting up, they're keeping their numbers. And this one did too. Tricky Solo. This was the interesting one for me because Jackie Davis gets off this horse. Not that you're losing anything. I mean, Keeper's good too. Keeper's leading rider, but she's riding Onofrio for Tim Murphy. Now, maybe she's being more loyal for the Tim Murphy barn because he's winning a lot of races. He's got more horses, but she's getting off her brother's horse. Maybe her and her brother had an argument this morning. Yeah, but I get an argument with my sisters all the time. I mean, I'm always right, but I get an argument with them. But she decides to go to Onofrio. I didn't like that because Tricky Solo obviously plays off the last couple of races. Onofrio was lone speed against nothing when he broke his maiden, so maybe she knows something there. But you do get leading rider Keeper Koa picking up the mount too, so they're both probably the 2 best riders here. Keeper Cole and Jackie Davis, but Trinket Solo certainly plays to be in the top three either way. I'm going to throw a long shot for fourth. You do get two for the price of one with this entry. She Speaks Well has races in the past that's very competitive against these, but I'm going to use Party News. Party News might be overlooked in this race, maybe not now. Has been over his head. I mean, he's been facing tougher, but he ran third to Barfly in an 11-9 claimer back in May. Had a couple of races at Prescott where he just was way overmatched. And then came back here and in the 11-9 and got off badly. He was never really in the race and lost by less than double digits. That race is good enough if he breaks better against these fives to have an upset chance in here. I'm going to throw him in for fourth, but I wouldn't be hugely surprised if Party News wins the last race on the card. I think I'll throw him into the pick four as well. You got to always have a price horse to round out your pick fours. I'm going to put up those two pick fours today, do an early one and a late one, and see how it rolls. I mean, the track condition and how it plays is going to be a big factor in today's races. Plus, we got a little bit of a wind out there. See how that breeze factors into how these races run as well. Always take good notes when you're watching these races, win or lose. But hope you win. Those are my picks for today. Good luck with yours. We are going to continue live racing on Monday. We're dark the next few days. Have a good weekend. Next live day will be Monday with a 1 o'clock first post. I'll see you then.
5 is Pals Alley with Nazario Alvarado. And the 6 is Princess Sonia with Luis Perez. A little over 4 minutes to post. Welcome to Wednesday here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile, taking you through the 8 race card. Carry over in the pick 6. Starts in race 3, $1,109. PPs, FingerLakesGaming.com. They're there courtesy of Equibase each and every day of the 2024 racing season. After today, only 9 weeks left. Down to single digits here in Farmington. Ouch, that hurt, is how I'll start the day. The one ball, if you will. From an open 5 down to back to the beaten 5. And that's a very big drop going from the open to one of these races. So this is for horses that have never won 4 races or 2 races since the 25th of March this year. A dated race, 6 months, if you will. And the open horses, as you can see, Determined Love came back to win. The filly who was third, male was third. The drop is so big, it's not even funny. So, for me, it's ouch, that hurt. They flew last time. She was just out of contention early. That will not be, or should not, shouldn't be the case. I shouldn't speak in absolutes. Only a Sith speaks in absolutes. I would imagine that she'll be much closer than she was last time, and where she ordinarily is on or close to the lead. Thin Legs got out of the 2-year condition, 2 for the year condition, back in May when she was last seen. She had a really good start to the season for Jim Aquilano, who's sitting on 1996 career wins. Beat a half length, beat a length, got the job done when Determined Love was out of the condition. But now we haven't seen her for just about 4 months. She's back now, though, and she's got plenty of speed, and I would imagine that if Ouch That Hurt breaks well today, she'll be in front, and Thin Legs will be right there with her, stalking the pace. She's 7-2 right now. She's a good price. They landed on Princess Sonia. I'm not surprised. Ferraro Sr., Luis Perez team up. She takes the drop. Last time she was in for any kind of race worth a nickel, she jogged. She was 1-2, and she won by almost 5 lengths right on June 17th. So, tried the allowance, tried the 11 beaten. She takes the drop. And if anybody hits up front, she would likely be the one to benefit if there's any kind of real speed duel. If Thin Legs goes to press Ouch That Hurt or vice versa, even Super Slide has enough speed to be in the contention early. I think it would probably benefit Princess Sonia the most. 1, 4, 6 for me. Pick 4. I'm using the 1 and 4 to kick things off. I'm going to try to beat the favorite. Again, PP's over at FingerLakesGaming.com. Carry over in the pick 6 starts in race 3. Best of luck on this Wednesday here at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the Wednesday openers made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Kick off the early double and the early pick 4. Ouch, that hurt. Goes in first. Motley Sue's next. Super Slide goes forward. Here's Thin Legs. Pal's Alley goes forward. The last loads the favorite, Princess Sonia. They're in the gate. And they're off. First to show was Thin Legs. To the inside, there's Ouch, That Hurt. Gap of a length and a half, 2 to Super Slide. Princess Sonia moves up past her. Along the inside's Motley Sue. And at the back of the pack is Pal's Alley. The returning Thin Legs has a length lead. On Ouch, That Hurt. Princess Sonia continues to move out from the outside draw. Gap of 2.5 back to Super Slide as they go the opening quarter in a quick 22-4. Then we come back a length and a half to Motley Sue. Pal's Alley is at the back. She's 10 or 11 from Thin Legs. Thin Legs flaunts her speed today. Here comes Princess Sonia as the field makes their way to the quarter pole. Ouch, That Hurts under a drive. Jeremiah Flores trying to get her going from third. The field spins off the turn and into the stretch. Thin Legs trying to see it through. Princess Sonia's been on the march from the half-mile pole. Ouch, That Hurts switches outside. Half 46 and 3. Thin Legs and Michael DeVilla Jr. are on their way to a first race win. It's all Thin Legs. Gate to wire in the opener, won it by 3.5. Princess Sonia held off Ouch, That Hurt for the place. Super Slide was fourth and 105 and 4. Number 4, Thin Legs was first. 6, Princess Sonia second. 1, Ouch, That Hurt third. 3, Super Slide was fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the 4, Thin Legs. She's a 5-year-old daughter of Mission Impassable out of the Frost Giant mare, Thin Dress. A New York bred, Thin Legs is owned and trained by Jim Aquilano. That's career win number 1997 for Jim Aquilano as a trainer. Winning rider, Michael Davila Jr. $2 exacta, 4-6, 21 even. 50-cent try, 4-6-1, 10.55. Dime super, 4-6, 1-3, $7.75. Race 2 comes up next. It's the start of the first pick 3 of the day. There are no changes in race 2, no scratches, as you say. A rider change for the 4, Bonfire Diva to Caber Koa. Koa rides the 4, Bonfire Diva. Here in race 2, post time for the second is in just over 22 minutes.
Getting ready for race number 2, and sometimes a fresh horse is a good horse. Thin Legs able to get a clear lead as Outchahert backed off her, but Princess Sonia, who wasn't off all that sharp, was raiding behind too. So Thin Legs actually got an easier lead than expected in that race, and she took advantage of it and proved best. Michael DeVilla for James Aquilano, who's nearing a milestone. We go to the second. So for fillies and mares that have not won 2 races since a date. This one goes a flat mile, and yeah, pretty competitive second race, as you see by the board. Nobody higher than 5-1, nobody lower than 3-1 early anyway. To see some of the wagering, I like Mind of Gold at 5. Actually, the longest shot on the board right now in the early playing, and this one comes out of a better race. She did finish off the board in that race behind True Destiny and Sweet DeSantis, but that's a tougher race. So we just saw Stay Home Mama win the other day against the same type of field as this one, and she's not far behind that rival. Her previous start was a similar field, similar condition as this one, and she only got beat ahead against those horses on August 26th. So she should get a good trip in here, right behind the speed of Bonfire Diva, and she could be the one. She's at odds of 9-2. Going to give her a slight edge in race number 2. Bonfire Diva could be the speed of the speed. Should be Kiberkoa on Bonfire Diva. She stretches out of a bunch of sprints, and she's in pretty good form. Comes out of obviously a much tougher race, part of that distance series last time in that 5.5 furlong race. But the previous start looked like she was long gone. She went some quick fractions, 4-6 furlongs. That's an understatement for these horses in 22 and 45, and got caught by a big drop down in Mrs. Bell. So the only question is going to be how fast she goes early in this race and whether she gets the mile against these horses. But she plays. She's at odds of 5-2. I will throw in Clifton Punch because of the moisture in the track. Obviously, she steps up when there's moisture in there. She beat a pretty soft group, but she did beat them on a sloppy racetrack and then didn't fare as well in her next start. So maybe she could bounce back with a good effort, especially as the track's drying out, but still some moisture in the track. She's currently at odds of 7-2. So that's a few of the contenders in race number 2. Pretty contentious group. Exactitry, Super Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in here.
The field for race 2's coming out onto the track. Here's the one, the Fabulous Moolah, with Anthony Rodriguez. The 1A Central Capital, Stephen Frett rides. The 2 is Clifton Punch with Heeman Harkey. The 3 is Mind of Gold. Kevin Navarro's in the saddle. The 4 is Bonfire Diva. Please note the rider changed to Capricoa. The 5 is Quiet Horizon. Jackie Davis is aboard. And the 6 is Call Me Carmelita. Michael DeVilla Jr. looks to sweep the early double. Wide open tote board here. Save the favorite, Bonfire Diva. That's where I land. And Bonfire Diva gets Mr. Koa in the saddle. They got beat just a half flank 2 starts back. And boy, you want to talk about home and hose, as they would say overseas. Bonfire Diva looked the goods and just got gunned down really, really, really late in the game. She's going to stretch. She hasn't stretched out in a while. But her pedigree, Frisian Fire out of a Harlan's Holiday mare, leads you to believe distance shouldn't be a problem. And more importantly, I know Call Me Carmelita has some speed, but nobody else in here really has much speed. And Bonfire Diva is bringing sprint speed to a route race. To me, that means one thing. Koa's just going to blast her off. Whether it works or not remains to be seen. But she's another one. She was running that race last time. Hypnocurrency, Maggie, Ramon, just way too tough. And now they'll try going long. We'll try Bonfire Diva. Clifton Punch got the job done. 2 back in the slop at a gigantic price. Came back, open 62.50, going long, and she just kind of ran around there. She was overmatched. She's at her home for the nickel in these dated races and these beaten races. This is where she belongs. There's some moisture in the track that usually helps her cause. She's 3 for 17 in her career over wet tracks in the win column, so I gave her a little bit of a look-see because of that. And then finally, Mind of Gold. Mind of Gold got beat just ahead 2 starts back. And then, even though it was the same kind of race, I feel anyway, True Destiny and Sweet DeSantis a little bit better than what she's facing today. Stay Home Mama came back and won on Monday from off the pace. She was 3rd in that race last time. So, and more importantly, she's going to be a little closer. She's going to be closest of some of the other closers in here. I think once she's able to settle a little bit more, that race 2 back was a good race for her. She chased. I think if she's able to just sit at that 3-hole behind Bonfire Diva and Call Me Carmelita, which is how the race projects to unfold, she could be dangerous at 7-2. 4-2-3. We'll see if Bonfire Diva can stretch and take them flag fall to that's all here in race 2. Good luck. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. The Fabulous Moolah goes into stall 1. I do believe the Fabulous Moolah was the first women's champion in the history of the World Wrestling Federation, now WWE. Clifton Punch goes in. I don't know who she's named after. Here's Mind of Gold. Slight favorite, Bonfire Diva, goes in. Quiet Horizon goes forward. Here's Call Me Carmelita. The last to load will be the other part of the entry, Central Capital. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bonfire Diva from mid-pack goes right to the lead. Call Me Carmelita to the outside in second. Back in third is Mind of Gold. To her inside is Clifton Punch and the Fabulous Moolahs at the rail. Call Me Carmelita just in front of the Fabulous Moolah, who's trying to move up now along the inside. And at the back of the pack is Quiet Horizon. Bonfire Diva leads. Call Me Carmelita second outside as they trip the opening quarter here in 25-2. Sensible opening fractions for Bonfire Diva. Back in third is Mind of Gold. The entry of Central Punch is fourth as the Fabulous Moolah tries to move up. Clifton Punch protects the rail, and Quiet Horizon is on the outside at the back of the pack. Half 50-2. Bonfire Diva picked it up a bit in that second quarter, but she maintains a length and a half lead. And now Bonfire Diva bumps it to 2.5, now 3. Call Me Carmelita trying to keep up, not doing so. Clifton Punch starting to rattle from the back of the pack. She's still on the rail and a half a dozen from the leader. Bonfire Diva. Koa has not moved his hands through 3 quarters in 1:15-2. Off the turn, into the stretch. It's all Bonfire Diva. Here comes Clifton Punch with a final challenge at her. Down the center's Mind of Gold, but the field's coming to the 16th pole, and Bonfire Diva toyed with him. She went to the lead and improved her call with every margin. She's going to come under the line 7 or 8 in front. Clifton Punch was second. Over Mind of Gold, the Fabulous Moolah rounds out the Super in 142-1. Number 4, Bonfire Diva was first. 2, Clifton Punch second. 3, Mind of Gold third. 1, the Fabulous Moolah finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 4, Bonfire Diva. She's a 5-year-old daughter of Frisian Fire out of the Harlan's Holiday Mare Holiday Dreaming. Bonfire Diva is owned and trained by Omani Williams. Winning rider, our leading one, Cabracoa. $2 double, pair of fours, $48.60. $2 exact, a 4-2, 50-50. 50-cent try, 4-2-3, $23.62. And the 10-cent super, 4-2-3-1, $9.77. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. Today's pick 6 features a carryover of $1,109. And here are the changes for the remaining races. Here in race 3, please note, race 3 has no show, try, or superfecta wagering. A rider change for the 1, Boss Holiday to Jackie Davis. Scratch the 4, Mr. Phil, and the 6, Barfly. Those changes in race 3. No show, try, or superfecta wagering. Race number 4, scratch the 3, Reskia. Race 4, scratch the 3. Race 5, a rider change for the 1 in traffic to Jackie Davis. And a rider change for the 2, Fast Fran to Jeremias Flores. Race 6, scratch the 6, Yohida, Moneymaker. Race 6, scratch the 6. Race 7, rider change for the 4, Don't Lose My Money to Luis Perez. And scratch the 8, D's Wise Guy. Race 7, scratch the 8. And in race 8, scratch the 10, Bet the Palace. Race 8, scratch the 10. Post time for the 3rd. The start of today's pick 6 is in just over 24 minutes.
All right, in the paddock for race number 3, and Keeber Koa does what Keeber Koa does. He puts them to sleep, and he did just that. He got a clear, easy lead and slowed it down and just outrode him in that race as he was able to just dictate the tempo on the front end. And Bonfire Diva, who was the main speed, really benefited from that and went on to victory for Monty Williams. So congratulations to them. And that starts off pick 3. So third race, we're down to 4 betting interests as we scratch the 4, Mr. Phil, and the 6, Barfly. You see all the early money on the 5, Beach Boy. I've seen him before. Probably the best horse in the race. Problem is he's got a lack of pace in here, as he's probably the deepest closer of the 4 horses. It is 6 furlongs. The speed of the race comes from the 2, Gimme the Money, who's right now a big price. But, you know, you kind of ignore the prices of these 4-horse field. A lot of times it comes down to tactics and fractions and pace. Now, Gimme the Money just kind of followed a lone speed winner last time in Almundro. Before that, he ran into In Sky We Trust, as that one won 2 in a row, while In Sky We Trust, I think, was in for waiver claims. But Gimme the Money is an old-timer here that looks like the main speed of race number 3 in this 4-horse field. The 3-horse is Morning Cup. Morning Cup is another one that's got tactical speed. He might be the key to the race if he tries to go after Gimme the Money, because Boss Holiday, coming from Penn National, doesn't have as much speed, as he got slower fractions when he had the lead there. Morning Cup, though, has been close up in some quicker fractions. Got caught wide last time and got beat to the wire by Old Point. But this horse is knocking at the door and is a big threat in here. Probably should have won last time if it wasn't for the wide trip that he had. Now, Beach Boy Al is the other one and is taking the early play. Obviously the best horse in the race with company kept. Was running against allowance-type horses last year. Won a 3 lifetime claimer by the length of the stretch. This horse won by 12 lengths. Went in this level for 5.5. That was a pretty weak group, though, he was up against. But he's run against better. Finished 4th against the Open 12.5s at Saratoga last time, but found himself with a lot to do. I mean, the horse that won was pretty impressive and came back to win as well. The problem Beach Boy Al has in here is if he'll get enough pace to put in his late run. If Gimme the Money's out there alone, he may not be able to do so. But, yeah, he's another player in race number 3. It's a 4-horse field, but a tricky 4-horse field because of the pace. No try, no super, no show. Again, we scratch the 4 and the 6.
The field for race 3, the start of today's $1 pick 6 with a carryover of $1,109 coming out onto the track. Please note there's no show, try, or superfecta wagering in race 3. The 1 is Boss Holiday. Please note the rider change to Jackie Davis. The 2 is Gimme the Money with Anthony Rodriguez. The 3 is Morning Cup. Kate Bracoa looks to go back-to-back on the Wednesday card. Scratch the 4, Mr. Phil. The 5 is Beach Boy Al with Andre Worry. And you can scratch the 6, Barfly. All right, a little over 5 minutes till the start of this pick 6 today. I thought this was for a 4-horse field, I thought this was a really, really interesting race. And when all was said and done, I decided on the 1, Boss Holiday. Jackie Davis going to ride for Amy Albright. Amy's brought a handful of horses in, and they've all performed pretty well. This horse got run down by Nutsy late in the game, going 5.5. You see the second place finishes and the third place finishes piling up. 21 career starts, 7 seconds, 4 thirds, and 3 wins to go with that, with a lot of the board finishes. I feel like he is the fastest in here. I know Gimme the Money has some speed, but I think from the rail under the gun, Jackie kind of has to just go. And I think if he gets to the top, he's going to be tough. Because all the figs kind of feel the same in here. They all kind of look the same. And a lot of horses will have that one figure that'll stick out. So Gimme the Money's race 2 back is much faster than what he ordinarily produces. And you'll see Morning Cup, since he's made his way here to Finger Lakes, and for John Grabowski, he has that one fig of 71 2 back. And you'll see Beach Boy Al, who's taken all the money by way of his out-of-town form. Now, he's 4 for 7 here at Finger Lakes in his career. But, you know, he had the voided claim in May. We didn't see him until August. That pace incinerated at Saratoga going 6.5. And I don't really think he did a lot of running that day. I think he just kind of picked up the pieces. Now, in a 4-horse field, that gets him into the game a little earlier, but at that price, he's not for me. I just hope Boss Holiday, who to me is the most consistent here, just goes to the top and keeps going. Morning Cup, you see the 3rd and the 2 second-place finishes since being claimed by John Grabowski and coming here to Finger Lakes. He's got some good company, too. Old Points won a handful of races here this meet. The Last Ace is fast. Production Credit. You see, he's kept some good company. And he'll, in all likelihood, be laying 2nd or 3rd to the inside pair. So maybe he can trip out here. But I like Boss Holiday and his consistency in the 1 race here at Finger Lakes at a big price. Let's see if we can get Boss Holiday. Gate to wire. Again, no show, no try, no super. We just have a 4-horse field. Good luck if you're playing the pick 6. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Get those pick six tickets in. The field for race 3 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Kick off the pick six. Boss Holiday goes in first. Here's Gimme the Money. Morning Cup goes in. Last to load's the favorite, Beach Boy Al. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of an awkward break there for Boss Holiday. It leaves Gimme the Money on the lead. Morning Cup second, rushing up the rail is Boss Holiday. And Beach Boy Al is the trailer, but he's just 2.5 from the front. After the awkward beginning, Boss Holiday trying to mix it up now with Gimme the Money. 3 deep is Morning Cup, and Beach Boy Al stays stalked 4 wide as the field makes their way to the far turn through an opening quarter of 23 and 2. Gimme the Money. He has Boss Holiday to the inside and Morning Cup to the outside. And like an accordion, Beach Boy Al is 4 wide as the field makes their way along the far turn. Boss Holiday's fought his way to the lead. 3 deep, Morning Cup and Cabercoa looking to go back-to-back on the Wednesday card. Battling between is Gimme the Money. Nothing yet from Beach Boy Al, 46 and 3. Now a resurgent, Gimme the Money. Here's Morning Cup outside, far outside, Beach Boy Al. Field comes to the 16th pole. Morning Cup and Beach Boy Al, it's down to these two. Morning Cup trying to hold off Beach Boy Al. Beach Boy Al surges 50 yards from the line to get the money by 3/4 of a length. Then it was Morning Cup, Gimme the Money, and Boss Holiday in 112 and 1. Number 5, Beach Boy Al was first. 3 Morning Cup second. 2 Gimme the Money third. 1 Boss Holiday fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 5, Beach Boy Al. The 5-year-old gelding, a Sunny Unified out of the Bernardini Mare Bag of Tricks. A New York bred, Beach Boy Al is owned by Greyhound Stables and Christopher T. Dunn, trained by Jeremiah Englehart, winning rider Andre Worry, and it's official. $2 double 4-5, 26 even, $2 exact to 5-3, $7.30. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start of today's 50-cent pick 5. Here in race 4, you can scratch the 3, Rezkia. Race 4, scratch the 3. Post time for the 4th. It's in just over 24 minutes.
All right, we're going to start the pick 5 with race number 4. Well, the 4-horse field, it was the deepest clores. Beach Boyale looked like the best horse in the race, but it was a question of pace, and with Boss Holiday getting a little panicky after a little slow at the start, that added to the pace, and Beach Boyale was in position to get the victory. Andre Worry for trainer Jeremiah Engelhart, just a little bit better than those horses. Fourth race is a 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition. Scratch what would have been a big favorite in here, the 3 Resquia out of this one. Kind of opens up the race a little bit, makes it a little better betting race, because that one would probably been a very short price in the 4th. A lot of early play for Dr. G and Ally, who actually ran her best race lately in a route race where she just kind of followed the leader, and then Flurry of Roses, a drop down, was able to get by her late. That one did come back to win. I went with the 2 Rachel Sells trainees. I like them both in here. The 4 Nanisquan comes out of the same race as Resquia would have, who would have been the favorite in here, fishing behind that rival a few starts in a row. But her numbers in those races are still better than most of the horses in this field. She's just not quite getting there against the claimers at Penn National. Fits nicely in this spot. This should be a little bit easier than what she's been facing. Obviously, Resquia looked a lot better because she had better form than Nanisquan, but she might be able to be in good position with Flute Song and Lady Lawrence as the 2 speeds inside with something to chase. Mentioned Major Mayhem. She broke her maiden when dropping a class out of maiden special weights. She dropped to 5,000 and responded with an easy victory. Faced winners for the first time and comes out of the same race as Dr. Gianelli and probably ran the best race. Flurry of Roses was a much the best winner with a drop in class. She made an early move at the leaders and took over and won the race. Dr. Gianelli, who was just following a lone speed horse that stopped, was able to take over, and Major Mayhem was in no man's land when she had to make a circling move on the outside, and the pace didn't really come back. It was really just a much the best winner who took over, and Major Mayhem still rallied a bunch of lengths to finish 3rd. Now, she's stuck outside here, but it looks like she might have a chance for a pace in the race, and kind of at the mercy of the pace with her outside closing style. So I used her 2nd. Liked both of these Sells trainees. Lagon's Legacy I used for 3rd. She ran well last time. It was an easier field in a slow time. I mean, my little one is going to be a maiden for a long time, but it was a tiring racetrack that she was up close to that pace, and the speed did run 1-2 because they were slow, but she's still learning the game. She looked green in a couple of sprint races, and she could improve off of that race. So 4th race, you got about 7 minutes to post. Again, scratch the favorite, Resquita. Exactitry Super Daily Double and pick 5 starts with this race.
The field for race 4, the start of today's 50-cent pick 5, is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Flute Song. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. The 2 is Lady Lawrence with Cabracoa. Scratch to 3, Resquia. The 4 is Nanisquan with Carlos Camilo. The 5 is Dr. Gianelli. Romero Mirage is in the saddle. The 6 is Jovio with Heman Harkey. The 7 is Ligon's Legacy with Jeremiah Flores. And the 8 is Major Mayhem Luis Perez rides. I went to Lady Lawrence here, the number 2. 7-1 right now for Lisa Reed. Koa has been aboard this 3-year-old filly for a while now. The whole time she's been here at Finger Lakes. This will be her 8th start of the season here at Finger Lakes. She made a couple downstate at the Big A. She's going to stretch out for the first time by alternation out of an astrology mare. She has sprinted solely throughout her career. I love this move. Again, she's not blazing fast on the front end, but she's got speed, and she stretches the sprint speed out. Now, to her inside, Flute Song's going to do the same thing. Flute Song might actually be a little naturally faster, but I don't mind a little bit of a target here for Lady Lawrence because Flute Song's already tried a mile, and it didn't work. The mile and 70 race that she won was a very, very slow race. So I have no problem with a target. Square price at 6-1. I like Lady Lawrence, the number 2, on the stretch out. I can't believe the price on Lygon's Legacy. I know it was not a fast race last time, but she was another one. Those sprint distances kind of just seemed like they were not in her scope, and she stretched out and she was able to settle. Look, if using speed figures solely is not a wise thing to do if you're betting the Kentucky Derby or you're betting the 4th at Finger Lakes on a Wednesday. But they're a good guide. And her fig stretching out fits here. How she's the longest price on the board is beyond me. That's just crazy to me. Because her fig stretching out was twice as fast as anything she had ever done sprinting. So maybe she's just not fast overall, but at least it shows me, hey, she wants to go longer, especially at the bottom. So at 15-1, she's a crazy price. I don't know how she's that price against these horses. The number 5, Dr. Gianelli, kind of in the same boat. She had one fig sprinting that was in the neighborhood of her stretch out race last time, which was the fastest race of her life. Flurry of Roses came back to win after winning the 2 Life last time. Linda Dixon's horses have performed throughout the meet. She gets Romero Mirage. Now she's 9-5. That's crazy too, because she didn't run that much faster than Lygon's Legacy. So I think this race is ripe for an upset. I went 2-7-5. I would use all 3 of them in the pick 5, but of course, this would be the kind of thing where if your bankroll doesn't allow to use all 3, just use the 2 and 7 and try and beat the favorites in here. That's how I would attack the ticket. I'm going to use all 3. If you got to toss one, I would toss the favorite and hope for the best. Best of luck here. This is an interesting race number 4. Best of luck if you're playing that pick 5. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4, the start of today's pick 5, has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Longest shot on the board, Flute Song, the first to go in. Here's Lady Lawrence. Nana Swan's up next. Here's Dr. Gianelli. Jovio moves forward. Lygon's Legacy is next. And last to load is Major Mayhem. They're in the gate. And they're off. Flute Song, K. Barcoa trying to hustle Lady Lawrence to the lead. And they're joined by Dr. Gianelli, 3 across the track, heading to that first turn. Jovio drops in 4th and saves all the ground. Then Lygon's Legacy is there. Back in 6th is Major Mayhem, and Nana Swan trails the field. Flute Song off and running here to a 3-length lead. Dr. Gianelli is in 2nd. Caberco has maneuvered Lady Lawrence off the rail. She's 3rd, already 7 from the front through a sparkling opening quarter in 23 and 4/5. Jovio is 4th, already 10 or 11 from the front, about to be passed by Lygon's Legacy. Major Mayhem has 1 beaten. It's her barn mate, Nana Swan, who trails the field. Flute Song on the front end, but they're starting to close in through a half and 49 and 1. Flute Song strides shortening already. Here's Dr. Gianelli. Here's Lady Lawrence. And here's Lygon's Legacy. Flute Song's gone from the lead. Lady Lawrence between Dr. Gianelli. Lygon's Legacy ready to roll. From the back, Jovio and Major Mayhem come as a team. Nana Swan's out of last. Flute Song trails. The field heads to the top of the stretch. It's Dr. Gianelli. Ligon's Legacy battles 3 wide. Lady Lawrence calls it a day through 3/4 in 1:15 and 2. Off the turn and into the stretch. Dr. Gianelli. Ligon's Legacy with dead aim down the center. Dr. Gianelli. Romero Mirage pleading for another 1/8 of a mile. Ligon's Legacy trying to reel that one in. It's Dr. Gianelli and Ligon's Legacy 16th pole. Dr. Gianelli has another gear and opens up a 3-length lead. Dr. Gianelli under the line by 2. Then it was Ligon's Legacy, Major Mayhem, and Nanasquan in 1:47 and 4. Number 5, Dr. Gianelli was first. 7, Ligon's Legacy second. 8, Major Mayhem third. 4, Nanasquan was fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is Dr. Gianelli. The 3-year-old daughter of Bustin' Stones out of Bellamy Road mare overdrives a New York bred. Dr. Gianelli is owned by William D. Hart Sr. and Life is Good Stables, trained by Linda Dixon, winning rider Romero Mirage, and it's official. $2 double 5-5, 23.20. $2 exact to 5-7, 34.20. 50-cent try, 5-7-8, 19.87. 10-cent super, 5-7-8-4, $11.47. 50-cent pick 3, 4-5-5, 25.87. And the 50-cent pick 4, 4-4-5-5 on $163 even. Early pick 4 is wrapped. Late pick 4 starts now. Here in race 5, rider change for the 1 in traffic to Jackie Davis. Rider change for the 2 fast Fran, Jeremiah Flores. You turn to race 6, you can scratch the 6, Yahida Moneymaker. Race 6, scratch the 6. Race 7, rider change for the 4, Don't Lose My Money to Luis Perez. And a scratch of the 8, D's Wise Guy. Race 7, scratch the 8. And in race number 9, scratch the 10. Race number 8, rather. We don't have 9 today. Race number 8, scratch the 10, Bet the Palace. Race 8, scratch the 10. Post time for the 5th. The start of the late pick 4 is in just over 21 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 5, and that was Dr. G and Allie running a big race in the 4th. Linda Dixon, Romero Marag picking up the mount and getting the win to start off the pick 5. What a big race that horse ran in the 4th. Now, 5th race at 11-9 claimer. Horse did not win a race since the date or never won 4 races. Should be Flores on the 2 Fast Fran. He's a regular rider of that horse. Jackie Davis will be aboard the 1 in traffic. And, you know, Fast Fran's an interesting one. He was voted one of the top claimers last year for what a successful season that she had. She was a 5-time winner overall in 2023. And when she got the front, they did not catch her last year. Well, that wasn't the case in her first start. She wasn't able to get the lead on Determined Love, and that's understandable at 5 furlongs. That horse is a short distance specialist, but yeah, it probably needed the race. And you know, it was the first start of the year. It was in a starter condition. Now she faces slightly easier. Now she is the speed, and so with no Determined Love in here, so they're going to have to catch Fast Fran in this race, and would expect a better performance from her. The 5, Make a Joyful Noise, has won 2 of her last 3 starts here at Finger Lakes. That 3rd place finish she had was just because of the distance. It was that 5 furlongs distance part of the distance series where Determined Love got the lead, but his War Tap was just much the best, was able to catch that horse. Everybody else was trying to close some ground. And Make a Joyful Noise actually wasn't that badly beaten considering. She came back and won. It wasn't the best field that she beat, but she did finally get up to get the win at a very short price last time. A little tougher today for Make a Joyful Noise, but if the pace does back up, she could be a strong contender at the end of this one. She's at 3-1. Grand Lady Indy's a tricky one to figure too, as she was going very well throughout the season. She was no worse than second in a lot of those starts, probably like 6 or 7 in a row, where she just was this level and the allowance level right there. But the last couple starts, she just hasn't run as well, finishing off the board in both of them. So we'll see if she can bounce back with a better effort today. Grand Lady Indy getting a little bit of action at odds of 2-1. So those are a few of the main contenders in the 5th race. Exactitry Super Daily Double in the pick 5 the pick 4 starts with this race.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4, is coming out onto the track. The 1 is in traffic. Please note the rider change to Jackie Davis. The 2 is Fast Fran. Please note the rider change to Jeremiah Flores. The 3 is Flattery's Music. Michael Davila Jr. looks for a riding double. The 4 is Grand Lady Indy with Heeman Harkey. And the 5 is Make a Joyful Noise with Emmanuel De Diego. Fast Fran, second off the November layoff. It's unfortunate. She has had some career here at Finger Lakes, 11 for 31 in her career. She missed most of the season for Richard Schaefer. Jeremiah Flores, her regular rider. I must have been a confusion there because he's back aboard. Tried the optional starter last time. First off the layoff, ran into the speedy, determined Love. Boy, that's the irresistible force meeting the immovable object when those two face off. They're both very, very fast young ladies, and Determined Love had plenty of foundation, and Fast Fran hadn't seen a starter in 9.5 months, and as expected, Determined Love won that battle and the war that day. There's no Determined Love to deal with in here, and quite frankly, there's no other speed in here. In the pick 4, when you're making pick 4s and pick 5s and pick 6s, the strategy is very, very different. And in putting together the pick 4 ticket today, it would have only cost $12 my original ticket. So I used Make a Joyful Noise here as well. I was going to single Fast Fran. Had I played a pick 6 today, I would have singled Fast Fran. And had I played a pick 5 ticket, I would have singled Fast Fran. But in the pick 4, because the ticket has one less leg and it's still the 50-cent base, you can mess around a little bit. And while they're both 9 to 5 now, I think Make a Joyful Noise is more of a separator than Fast Fran in that pool. The problem with Make a Joyful Noise is there's no other speed in here. She may be left with the job of doing the dirty work. There was a time where Grand Lady Indy would have been doing the dirty work, but in her last 2 starts, her speed has all but disappeared. So I don't know if De Diego takes matters into his own hands with Make a Joyful Noise and puts the pressure on. I just don't see anybody else capable of doing so. And then you come to Flattery's Music, who, on her best days, she could be right there. But she's been throwing in a clunker every now and then, and the last thing she needs on a day like today, when she's at a decided pace disadvantage, is throwing in a clunker. It's very hard for me to get past Fast Fran in here. I wish her comeback race was just a little bit better, and there'd be a lot more confidence. But she's supposed to get to the front, and she's supposed to get the job done in here at 5.5 furlongs. 2-5-3. Best of luck if you're playing that late pick 4. Less than a minute. Post time is less than a minute away. Get those late pick 4 tickets in. The field for race 5. The start of the late pick 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. The longest shot in the field in traffic will be the first to load. Followed by the slight favorite, Fast Fran. Here's Flattery's Music. Michael Davila Jr. looking for a riding double on the Wednesday card. Grand Lady Indy goes in. The last to load is Make a Joyful Noise. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fast Fran flies out of there and quickly opens up a 2-length lead. Between rivals is Grand Lady Indy. To her insides, Flattery's Music. A 3 deep, Make a Joyful Noise is 4 lengths from the front. Then the trailer at the rail is in traffic. Fast Fran leads down to about a length and 3/4. The trio of pursuers of Flattery's Music, Grand Lady Indy, and Make a Joyful Noise through a snappy opening quarter of 22 and 2. 7 lengths from the top is the trailer in traffic. Fast Fran, a length and 3/4, now 2. Make a Joyful Noise. Manuel De Diego trying to get her closer. Michael Davila Jr. rides the rails with Flattery's Music. Then in traffic's out of last, just past Grand Lady Indy. Off the turn, into the stretch. Fast Fran trying to see it through a half and 46 flat. Flattery's Music at the rail. Make a Joyful Noise. Down the center in traffic with some late rally. Coming to the 16th pole, Fast Fran, some left-handed reminders from Jeremiah Flores. She's well on her way to victory. She won it by 3.5, did Fast Fran. In traffic, got second over Flattery's Music and Make a Joyful Noise in 105 and 2. Number 2, Fast Fran was first. 1 in traffic second. It's a photo for third. Number 3, Flattery's Music was third. 5, Make a Joyful Noise fourth. 2-1-3-5 here in race 5. Returning to the winning circles, the number 2, Fast Fran. 7-year-old mare is a daughter of Alpha out of the Midas-sized mare Smart Eyes. A New York bred. Fast Fran's owned by Richard Schaefer and Pam Dykeman, trained by Richard Schaefer, winning rider, her regular one, Jeremias Flores, and it's official. $2 double 5-2, 28.60. $2 exacta 2-1, 71 even. 50-cent try 213, $60.37. 10-cent super 2135, $29.15. And the 50-cent pick 3 552, $29.50. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch the 6, Yohida Moneymaker. Race 6, scratch the 6. Post time for race 6 is in just over 23 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes to post for race number 6. Yeah, Fast Fran as the main speed. Second start off the layoff. What a season she had last year. Now finally picking up where she left off as the first start. She obviously needed that race, plus she chased today. She was the one they have to catch. She jumped up in price. She actually paid $8 in race number 5. That was the surprise there. But 6th race is for 2-year-olds. We scratched the 6. Yahida Bunnymaker, pretty good 2-year-old race with a lot of question marks here. Good puzzle in race number 6. Look at some of the first-time starters in here. There's some things to like. You got the 1, 2:30 a.m. making the first start for M. Anthony Ferraro. This one was bred by Rapoli Stables, and that dam, Lost Raven, was a multiple stakes winner during her career. She actually won the Grade 3 Miss Preakness. They paid $37,000 for this one as a yearling. Draws the inside, working well, and getting some play. No surprise there, as this barn's been winning with everything. The other firster I thought was very interesting after watching yesterday's races, and that's Wingo Star. I say that because these same connections had the filly Honorable Becky, who just looked outstanding, won easily despite getting off slow. That one was a $70,000 yearling, same connections, and won the girl version. I say that because Honorable Becky was working with this horse. They got similar works the last couple works leading up to this race. Obviously, that's a filly. This is a boy, so this should be a tougher race, but needs to be mentioned. And also, this one, they did pay $55,000 this year as a 2-year-old. So Wingo Star, despite the 10 post, I mean, they didn't play the Bill Bartlett trainee yesterday, and that horse was tons of best at odds of 18-1 making a first start. So maybe Wingo Star can follow in the footsteps right now at odds of 5-1. Another firster is the 5, Just a Guy. This one out of Pieces of Spite, who that dam costs $200,000 a yearling. Does have that Spitestown breeding. The full prior to this one, Incinerator, they paid $190,000 for as a yearling. That one won on the turf though. But Just a Guy does have some decent works. Looked like it was getting played when you look at the will pays, but not much for early action at odds of 10-1. The one that is taking some action is the 8 Scales of Gold, a Central Banker horse for Ralph D'Alessandro. This one is a full to Gold in Them Hills. Gold in Them Hills won the last race yesterday with great tactics, sending to the front end. Gold in Them Hills, though, was good as a young horse. As a 2-year-old, was second in the Aspirin Stakes. So that's worth mentioning as Just a Guy right now at odds of 9-1. Of the horses that have run, Brink has got the most experience, ran 3rd behind King's Leap, who just hit the board in the stakes race the other day. And the Finger Lakes 2 starts that this one's had, he's hit the board in both of them. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. Pretty good 2-year-old event.
The field for race 6 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is 2:30 a.m. with Cabracoa. The 2 is Brink. Romero Mirage rides. The 3 is It's Not Over Yet with Andre Worry. The 5 is Just a Guy with Jeremiah Flores. Scratch the 6, Yahida Moneymaker. The 7 is H.B. Pleasance with Heeman Harkey. The 8 is Scales of Gold with Emmanuel De Diego. The 9 is Maggie's Boy with Kevin Navarro. The 10 is Wingo Star with Jackie Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, the track is now sealed. Still labeled good, but it's now been sealed as well. We're waiting on the 4, Probably Flattery. I don't know where Probably Flattery is. There we go. 4 is Probably Flattery with Luis Perez. So now there's your field of 9. So I didn't get the memo on 2:30 a.m. But I went with some experience. It's not over yet. Lisa Reed. Source ran really well first time out behind Mr. Sugar Daddy, and Brink was second that day. Brink had already had a couple of starts under his belt. I thought the source did well chasing Mr. Sugar Daddy, getting tired late. Came back and ran a Presque Isle just 2 weeks later, and the Presque Isle race proven to be a little bit of a key race. And now he comes back here nearly a month later. He's got those 2 races under his belt. We've already seen him show some speed in his debut. There's a bunch of firsters in here. The horses that have run, Brink. I just had another one. Oh, there it is, H.P. Pleasance. They don't have any speed. So, obviously, with 6 firsters in here, you'd think one of them has speed. 2:30 a.m. is taking a ton of money. Ralphie D's first at a number 8. Scales of Gold took some money. So, we'll see if one of those 2 have any kind of early speed. But I'm going to try the horse with some experience. It's not over yet at 9-1. I put Probably Flattery second, late coming onto the track. Solid string, if not spectacular. 5 Furlong works for Michael Anthony Ferraro. Now, he also trains 2:30 a.m. Luis Perez is on this one. Koa's on 2:30 a.m. But I don't want to mess around from the rail. I'd rather have the horse drawn outside. It looks like these horses have been training in company. So, last 3 works look like they're in company. Give me the one that's going to pay $20 as opposed to the one that's going to pay $5. And then the 5, Just a Guy, Paul Barrow, reaches out for one of his main riders in Jeremiah Flores. Paul has real good numbers. We talked about this on Monday in the stakes races. He didn't fare too well, but, man, he's got really good numbers with 2-year-olds up here. And this one by Catholic Boy out of a Speightstown mare. You'd have to think that moisture that's in the track right now isn't going to affect Just a Guy in a negative way with that pedigree. I like all kinds of middling prices here. I don't know enough about the other first. There's the 10 Wingo Star took some money. I'm sure that was from the filly that won yesterday. That got the Becky horse that got shot out of the cannon with Jackie Davis with Will Bartlett. The horse paid $38 and was crushed in the multi-race wagers. The parlay for the double was like $218. It paid $98. So Wingo Star's taking some money, I'm assuming because of the win yesterday from the connections. And Ralphie Deeden, number 8, Maggie's Scales of Gold, rather, taking some money as well. Interesting 2-year-old race. We kick off the final pick 3 today. I went 3, 4, 5. Best of luck here in race 6. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. 9 2-year-olds set for action here. Current favorite, 2:30 a.m., the first to load. The one with the most experience, Brink, goes in next. This will be start number 6 for Brink. It's not over yet. Heads into the gate. Probably Flattery goes up next. Just a Guy goes in. HB Pleasance goes forward. First of Scales of Gold took some early money. He's now ballooned up to 7-1. Riders off the 4, probably Flattery. Maggie's Boy goes in. And Wingo Stars, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Just a Guy was off a bit slowly, as was Wingo Star. It's not over yet. Goes to the lead from the rail. Here's hot first of 2:30 a.m. To the outside's HB Pleasance. 4 deep is Scales of Gold. Behind that group is Brink and Maggie's Boy. Just a Guy's about 7 from them. Then there's Wingo Star. And at the back is probably Flattery. They went a contentious opening quarter of 22-3. They were 4 across the track, now 3. Scales of Gold widest of all. 2:30 a.m. is at the rail. In between, it's not over yet. Brink getting going from the back, as is just a guy who's finally his best stride off the turn and into the stretch. Scales of Gold, 2:30 a.m. at the rail. Brink down the center. It's not over yet. Scales of Gold emerges with the lead, but Brink's got a full head of steam, and here comes Brink and all his experience, and he goes right on by Scales of Gold. It's all Brink past the 16th pole. He's going to get out of the maiden ranks and start number 6 by about 5. Wingo Star from the Moon to get second. Scales of Gold was there, and probably Flattery overcame some trouble to get 4th in 107-3. Number 2, Brink was first. It's a photo for second. Ten, Wingo Star second. 8, Scales of Gold third. 4, probably Flattery fourth. 2:10.84 on official in race 6. Turns making his way to the winner's circle for the first time is number 2, Brink. He's a 2-year-old son of the Factor out of the Orb mare Equint. A New York bred, Brink is owned by John P. McAllen, trained by Edmund Davis. Winning rider, 2 on the day for Romero Mirage, and it's official. $2 double, pair of twos, $59.50. $2 exact at 210, $139.50. 50-cent try, 210.8, $252.25, and the 10-cent super, 210.84, $358.80. Race 7 comes up next. It's the start of the late double. Rider change for the 4, Don't Lose My Money, to Luis Perez. And scratch the 8, D's Wise Guy. And race 8, scratch the 10, Bet the Palace. Post time for the 7th is in just over 20 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 7, and Brink, with all that experience, was able to get a nice trip under Romero Marat and get the victory. Yeah, he's riding good. That's got another win for him. He gets the victory for Eddie Davis, and what a big effort by the horse that was second as well. Wingo Star, the other stablemate, won yesterday, the 2-year-old, overcoming trouble. That one couldn't quite overcome enough trouble to get the win, but ran a good second in race number 6 for Bill Bartlett. So Eddie Davis will start off the late pick 3. 7th race, a 5,000 claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. And the interesting one here, well, these wise guys scratch. It takes out a little bit of the speed, but Cool Cat Mandu is just not the same horse. He dropped from allowance. He was running against allowance horses and running some good numbers earlier this year, back in the spring. But since then, he's just kind of an also ran against a little higher claimers after dueling in paces. Now he moves to an all-time low, dropping to 5,000 a day. He set a pretty quick first quarter last time, and it was Old Man Winter came off the pace to get the victory of 5.5. But there were some good ones in that distance series race. But Cool Cat Mandu faces the easiest field to date for this horse, and looks like a major player in here right now at odds of 9-5. But a very tricky read because he's obviously not the horse he used to be. He's been tailing off. The 4 is Don't Lose My Money. Looks to have plenty of pace to chase. Comes off a good number at Penn National last time, going further, 6 furlongs. But that last number of 66 would beat these horses. It's just a question of taking that form here and getting a trip. He obviously has the right kind of running style, you would think, with all the pace signed up for race number 7. And he is a big price. I didn't think he'd be a big price, but he is a big price right now at odds of 13-1, as he has been facing a little bit tougher competition, a little higher claimers at Penn National. The 5 horse is Norgay, who just always runs well against the competition at the 5,000 level. Been no worse than second in all 4 starts since dropping to the bottom, and should be a factor again today. Ran a good second behind Fire Down Below, horse coming from Penn National, and then Smokin' Alone put up a good number to beat him. It was the best race Smokin' Alone ran all year, and it was he's got the jack, was lone speed on a speed favoring racetrack, and he was all out to beat Norgay that day as well. So he keeps running underneath, but he's running well. He did have that one victory against a pretty soft 3 lifetime field, but he figures to go well in here, and he figures to get a trip. The 1 horse is, you got an entry for Kimberly Gacci, who Sunshine Harry and Khaki Jack, who are both coming off victories at Penn National. So we'll see how they transfer here. Obviously, both can be formidable. Both of them have tactical speed, especially Khaki Jack, who might be part of the pace with Bowing Snowman, and he's got the jack. So 5 minutes to post for race number 7. Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double offered in this race.
Field for race 7's coming out onto the track. The 1 is Sunshine Harry. Joel Cruz rides. The 1A is Khaki Jack with Manuel Aguilar. The 2 is Bowing Snowman. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. The 3 is going to be dancing with Heyman Harkey. The 4 is Don't Lose My Money. Note the rider changed to Luis Perez. The 5 is Norgay. John Barrios is in the saddle. There's the 7, Cool Kathmandu with Cabracoa. Scratch the 8 D's Wise Guy. The 9 is New York Riesling. Jackie Davis is aboard. And on the clubhouse turns the 6. He's got the Jack with J.M. Rohina. Cool Kathmandu was in the Open 6250 last time out, and now he's in one of these dated condition races, and that class drop alone should prove to be plenty. He'll be forward. I don't know if he's going to get the lead. He's faster than these horses, but sometimes the pace doesn't shake out that way. And, you know, if there's some Bowing Snowman's very fast from the rail. Gonna Be Dancing has speed. He's got the Jack as fast. And on the outside, New York Riesling, even the other part of the entry, the 1A Khaki Jack has some speed. So, won't be surprised if there was a little battle on the front end and Cool Kathmandu and Koa come from just off the pace. He's been able to sit successfully and win in the past, so maybe that is his path to victory this afternoon. The horse who should naturally get the trip is the 5 Norgay. That's his trip. Sit and make one run. And he should be 3 or 4 lengths off a contested pace and have some horses to run at in here, and I think I'll be curious to see just how far away the speed gets from him early. That could be the key for Norgay today. Not to let that first group of speed horses run away and hide from him. And I think if he can stay in shouting distance, he could be tough today. And then you got the 6, he's got the Jack. So throughout the day, we've had a little rain here. The track's been labeled good all day, but there's more moisture on it now. It's sealed. His last couple of starts with Lasix and on wet tracks have not they did not go well. Burned up a lot of money at 6-5 and 4-5 respectively in his last 2. He's not really, after his debut, his wet track form is not very good. So, yet he ran the fastest fig, one of the fastest figs of his life when he broke his maiden. He's been a head scratcher to say the least on a Gormley. On his best day, he's right there, and he has a square price at 8-1. I understand you get a little fresh face syndrome with the entry of Sunshine Harry and Khaki Jack coming in from Penn, and they're taking some money, 2 for the price of 1. All makes sense, but I'll stick to what I know. 7-5-6 here. Good luck if you're playing a late double. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Bowing Snowman goes in. Here's Gonna Be Dancing. Sunshine Harry goes forward. Wish I had $1 for every time I've heard this. Don't lose my money. Out of order, New York Riesling goes in. Oh, acting up there. And Bowing Snowman. Rafael Rohina Jr. came out the back. Bowing Snowman. We're going to have a delay here. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. In this race, we have a late scratch. Upon advice of the track veterinarian, the number 2, Bowing Snowman, is a late scratch. Win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta wagers will all, with the number 2, Bowing Snowman, will all be refunded. If you've used this horse in the pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6, you'll get the favorite at final odds. Bicanto doubles and pick 3s. Again, late scratch number 2, Bowing Snowman, upon advice of the track veterinarian. We'll have a little bit of a delay here. Field to race 7 set to load again. Here's going to be dancing. Sunshine Harry goes in. Don't lose my money. To the outside stall goes New York Riesling. Norgay goes forward. He's got the jack goes in. They usually say that to me as well. The favorite Cool Kathmandu goes up. And the last to load is Khaki Jack. Khaki Jack balks a bit. And now he goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, there's New York Riesling. The gray between is Cool Kathmandu. To the inside, he's got the jack. Khaki Jack's there as well. Gap of 3 lengths to the inside is going to be dancing. Just went past Sunshine Harry. And then the two at the back are Norgay and Don't Lose My Money. Cool Kathmandu leads them to the far turn a length. Khaki Jack turns up the pressure in second through a really quick first quarter of 22-1. We come back to the outside. Gaining ground is New York Riesling. From the back, Norgay's revving up as well. He's got the jacks there. Riding the rails, going to be dancing. Off the turn and into the stretch, they all have Cool Kathmandu to catch. Khaki Jack first run. New York Riesling lugging in there a bit. Towards the inside. There comes Don't Lose My Money from way back. Deep stretch now. Cool Kathmandu. Khaki Jack's been a pest the whole way, but Cool Kathmandu runs away from him the last 50 yards to win it by a widening 4.5 lengths. Khaki Jack held place. Then it was New York Riesling. Norgay was coming on with Don't Lose My Money for 4th and 105 and 3. Seven, Cool Kathmandu was first. It's a photo for second. One A, Khaki Jack was second. 9, New York Riesling third. 5, Norgay fourth. 7-1-9-5. 7-1-A-9-5 here in race 7. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 7, Cool Kathmandu. The 4-year-old gelding's the son of Frosted out of the Wigelia mare Fat Cat. Cool Kathmandu is owned by Happy Face Racing Stable, trained by Michael S. Ferraro, winning rider. Another win for Cabracoa. $2 double 2734.60. $2 double console 2213.60. $2 exacta 7118.60. 50-cent try 719.27 even. 10-cent super 7195 $14.42 again. There was a late scratch in race number 7. Bowing Snowman, the number 2 came out. Refunds, win, play, show, exacta try super. If you had the 2 Bowing Snowman in the pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6, you got the favorite at final odds. It was your race winner, the number 7, Cool Kathmandu. Race 8 comes up next. We wrap the day in the week with win, play, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. Scratch to 10, bet the palace. Post time for the finale isn't just over. 19 minutes. Folks, we had a claim at a race 7. The winner, the number 7, Cool Kathmandu, the new owner, Edwin Schatzel, new trainer, Amy Albright. Owner Edwin Schatzel and trainer Amy Albright claimed the number 7, Cool Kathmandu, the race winner out of the 7th. Folks, we have a late scratch to report here in race 8. Here in the finale, late scratch the number 11, Bold Force. Race number 11, Bold Force, is a late scratch here in race number 8. Win, play, show, exacta try, superfecta wagers will all be refunded with the number 11, Bold Force. If you've used them in the pick 4, pick 5, or pick 6, you will get the favorited final odds. There'll be Conto doubles and pick 3s. Once again, late scratch here. Scratch the 11, Bold Force. That's along with the earlier scratch of the 10, Bet the Palace.
All right, getting ready to conclude the Wednesday card and the race week with race number 8. Just a reminder, we are dark the next few days, next live day upcoming Monday. So we got a few days off before the live action continues, but a full week of live action. We got 9 races on Monday, another 9 races on Wednesday. And of course, we got Tuesday card as well. But look at the 7th. Cool Cabin Duke probably benefited by the scratch of Bowing Snowman, but it may not have mattered anyways. Keeper Koa got that one to the front and was just much the best at the $5,000 level. That victory for Michael S. Ferraro. All right, last race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition. Goes the distance of a mile 70. You see the early money on the 2 Road Soda. See, there was an additional scratch in here. The 10, Bet the Palace, and the 11, both out of last race according to the board up here. I thought the 11 was still in. But I know the 10 is scratch. Bet the Palace anyway. Road Soda, double-digit loss in the last race on September 1st. And, you know, that was tougher, but I guess there is some question marks, especially with some of these Rudy Rodriguez trainees that come in here. They're not winning at the same percentage they used to, but this one does have a big class edge on this $5,000 field. And it wasn't that long ago that this horse won an off-the-turf race on a good racetrack back in May. So that race obviously good enough to beat these horses, see if he can produce it in this last race. The 5 horse is Stormandy. Stormandy, first start off the layup was good. This one ran a solid second in that race. There wasn't much speed in the race for this horse to close on, so it was a good effort to be second in there. A little bit of a break since that race, second start of the year, and this Kentucky-bred strong player in here. Right now at odds of 15-1. That's mainly because all the early money on Road Soda. The only other horse that's really getting any early play is the 7, Ono Frio, who just won a 5,000 maiden. Very well-bred horse. And I guess the positive is Jackie Davis got off drinking solo to ride this horse. So maybe that's an interesting move, because Drinking Solo looks awfully live in here. So maybe that's why the play for Ono Frio, if that was actually her choice. Long shot in here that I liked as far as hitting the number is the 1A Party News. Party News broke poorly in his last start, and that was at the 11-9 level. And it wasn't like he was ridiculously out of it. He was beaten but less than double digits. And you go back to his prior start at Finger Lakes, the horse ran 3rd, only beaten a few lengths to Barfly, going 6 furlongs. That was back in May, so hasn't had a lot of starts since then. But off of that last race, maybe the drop in class, this could be a good long shot to consider using in tries and supers. So that's some of the contenders here for the last. Obviously, a lot of play on Road Soda. Exacta try and super offered in race number 8. We scratch a 10, Bet the Palace.
The field for the finale is coming out onto the track. The 1 is She Speaks Well. Luis Pena rides. The 1A is Party News with J.M. Rohina. The 2 is Road Soda. Romero Mirage looks for 3 on the day. The 3 is The Mighty Don with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 4 is Croag Patrick with Kevin Navarro. The 5 is Stormandy with Jose Baez. The 6 is Dancing with Jake. Stephen Frett rides. The 7's Onofrio with Jackie Davis. The 8 is Brennan's War with Nazario Alvarado. The 9 is Drinking Solo. Cabracoa looks for 3 on the day. Scratch the 10, bet the Palace. Late scratch the 11. Bold Force. We'll keep this very, very quick here. I put Stormandy on top with Road Soda and Drinking Solo. Road Soda, the most likely winner here off the Naira ship. But I'm going to take a little shot with Stormandy making just his second start of the year for Dana Saul. Jose Baez, horse ran well first time. See if he can do better. Road Soda second, shipping in, like I said, from Naira. Lone Win came on a good track off the turf. And then the 9 Drinking Solo is at the board in his last 2. 5-2-9. Monday, racing resumes. 1 p.m. first post. We'll see you then. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. An action-packed 9-race card waits for you Monday when racing resumes. And the past performances are now up at FingerLakesGaming.com. Get yourself prepared for a big 9-race card Monday. PP's up over at FingerLakesGaming.com. The field for the Wednesday finale has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Road Soda goes in. She Speaks Well is up next. A pumped up the Mighty Don goes forward. Croag Patrick goes up. Loading out of orders, Dancing with Jake. Now Croag Patrick goes in, followed by the other part of the entry, Party News. The gray Stormandy goes forward. Onofrio goes in. Stormandy acting up a bit. Brennan's War's next. The last one to load is Drinking Solo. They're in the gate. And they're off. Drinking Solo from the outside. There's the Mighty Don, and between them, Onofrio's intent on the lead. Rushing up is Brennan's War as well. Between rivals, there's Party News. Behind him is Stormandy in a little traffic trouble, forced Dancing with Jake wide. Along the inside is the favorite Road Soda. Croag Patrick's there as well. And at the tail end of the field is She Speaks Well. The Mighty Don leads them around the first turn through an opening quarter of 24-1. It's the Mighty Don a length. Onofrio second. Brennan's War a half length back, just 2 from the top in third. Drinking Solo. Cabocoa trying to keep him closer in fourth. Party News, J.M. Rohina already trying to motivate that one. Then we come back to Dancing with Jake. Road Soda has a lot to do. He's got about 12 to make up. He's trying to make up ground right now. Croag Patrick's there. Stormandy is at the tail end, and She Speaks Well is behind them all. The field makes their way to the far turn through a half in 49 seconds flat. The Mighty Don and Rafael Rohina Jr. have shaken free of Brennan's War, who tries to re-rally. Drinking Solo, Koa looks for 3, and Drinking Solo's coming with a menacing bid midway on the far turn. It's still the Mighty Don. Here comes Drinking Solo. From the back, Dancing with Jake's at a huge price. Up the inside comes Party News. A lot to do for the favorite Road Soda. 1:14 and 2 for 3/4. Off the turn and into the stretch. The Mighty Don trying to see it through. Drinking Solo has dead aim. Down the center, Dancing with Jake's a huge price. Weaving through traffic, Croag Patrick. And now Road Soda's underway. They're coming down to the 16th pole. Drinking Solo takes the lead. Here comes Party News. Drinking Solo at the 16th pole. Party News, Road Soda, and the Mighty Don. Drinking Solo held on. Party News could not get to Drinking Solo. Road Soda settles for the Shodo. Final time was 1:47 and a deuce. Photo finish. Number 9, Drinking Solo was first. 1A, Party News second. 2, Road Soda third. 3, The Mighty Don fourth. 9, 1A, 2-3 in the finale. Again, we had a late scratch of the 11 Bold Force. Wouldn't play show exact to try Super, all refunded. Console double pick 3. If you use the 9 drinking, if you use the 11 Bold Force in the pick 4, pick 5, pick 6, you got the favorite of final odds. That was the third place finish of the number 2 Road Soda. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 9 Drinking Solo. It's a 3-year-old gelding, a son of Solo Mini. Out of the Stay Thirsty Mare, bring your own bottle. A New York bred. Drinking Solo is owned by John P. McAllen. Trained by Eddie Davis, his second win on the card. 3 on the day for our leading rider, Cabercoa. $2 double 7-9, 64.50. Conso double 7-11, 360. $2 exact at 9-1, 162.50. 50-cent try 9-1-2, $99.12. 10-cent super 9-1-2-3, $102.40. 50-cent pick 3, 2-7-9, 94.50. Conso pick 3, 2-2-9, 33 and a quarter. Conso pick 3, 2-7-11, $6.70. 50-cent pick 4, paid $235.75. 50-cent pick 5, paid $806 and a quarter. Pick 6 was hit, 6 of 6, $1,883. Consolation 5 of 6, $14.30. That wraps up the live racing portion of the day and week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The casino remains open until 4 a.m. Live racing resumes Monday with a 9-race card. First post is 1 p.m. Past performance is up at fingerlakesgaming.com. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, thanking you for joining us today and throughout the week. We'll see you on Monday when racing resumes at 1 p.m. Until then, please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.